Okay, let's go ahead and get started here, there, folks. I'm gonna just do a little bit of a, uh, get some videos set up so that I can get them released. Uh, I need to kind of keep on track with that because if I'm creating more videos than, you know, making them public, then I'm just gonna continue having a backlog of videos. So I need to try to do this a little bit more. Um, so, um, but I'm probably gonna go ahead and get started in about 10 minutes. So I mean, if you're like watching this video, then I guess you could probably, if you're watching this video later, when I, upload this eventually to YouTube as its own separate 2 hour video, um, then obviously you can probably skip ahead a bit. But um but not much has kind of um changed completely. Um Hold on. Still living in the same place, still um trying to tackle um just trying to go day by day. Um so um but yeah, you know, uh doing what I can when I can um to keep on uh you know uh getting better on my feet, or getting back on my feet. um still no um still nothing in terms of like a better job yet. And to be honest, I don't know if I can really take much more of that, you know so but right now the job that I have is a dead end job. I'm not going to get anywhere with it. um Great if you're like already retired or something like that, but you know I don't want to think along those lines, and I'm nowhere near being you know um capable of um survival on my own right at this moment in time concerning that. Um, so we'll just keep on you know tackling everything that I can when I can to see what I can do. Um, Not much else I can really say along those lines. So, let's see. I got 116. Let me see. Okay, so we're dealing with a medium plus. Hmm. Okay. Oh, looks like I Interesting. Okay, so that video was all about completing the medium, um, completing the medium plus, I think it was a block. Let's see, hold on. Let me go back there real quick. Um, Block of pics, yeah. Block of pics. And talk about the, what was it? I just kind of talking about like one of the other puzzle types. Um, Picture. Oh, no. Uh, hmm. And discuss other puzzles. There we go. I guess that'll have to do for that one. So we'll go ahead and get that published. Make that public. There we go. Then we'll do some more No Man's Sky. Let's see. Okay. Got that. Let's see, what was I trying to tackle in this one? Okay, looks like I was battling quite a bit. Hmm. Trying to see what exactly what I was kind of doing. Hmm. Abandoned runways. Hmm. Trying searching for abandoned runways. Okay. The fact that Um, YouTube Studio now has an AI use. Was AI used to generate or edit your content in any of the following ways? It's like, oh well, not much I can really do about that either. You know, that's kind of the way things are going nowadays. And while it could be a nice, helpful tool, people are trying to use a little too much of it, in my opinion. Or, you know, they're trying to do too much too fast, in my opinion. Like everybody's trying to like, oh, hey, let's go ahead and replace this like right now instead of doing any kind of trial for it, first. Like they're not they're jumping into the AI and they're not um, they're not fully testing out um, what they are what they're implementing. And I hear stories about like companies that have basically um, lost their entire database because they've you know put their AI or allowed their AI to have some amount of uh, capability of you know manipulating their database, and they didn't like fully restrict it on what it can and can't do, or at least from everything that I've seen, it's like um, they didn't put some hard caps, you know, on the AI. So it said, okay, well, let me go ahead and your database, needs to be completely removed. And it's like, oh boy. So, so obviously that company learned the hard way, but I mean, it's just weird seeing all these other companies that are, in a sense, following suit. And it's like, I hope that they're really testing it out a little bit better. All right, well, um, I see here that it's already 12 o'clock noon, so let's go ahead and get into the game proper and start where we last left off. So, um, go ahead and get the desktop audio available for everybody. You can kind of hear the little background, and we'll get into the world. I changed a little bit of the settings, so now on my little VTuber model, so now I think it gives a little bit more neck motion, I guess. So if I'm turning my head, to the left here, you know, it's also doing the same, and to the right. So that's going to be interesting. Well, I'm turning, my head to the right. Obviously, you would look at it and see, am I turning it to the right or am I turning to the left? So, okay. Um, so obviously, uh, we need to work on getting petroleum power up and running. That's our current milestone. Um, to get the fuel power generator, industrial fluid buffer, and I already have this, so this doesn't really matter all that much. Um, and I'm not really looking forward to getting the Mark IV conveyor belts. Um, but I mean, I'll probably have the resources available for them eventually. just need to kind of take care of that. One of the things that I think I'll try to do is try to get more of the try to get the train going by the end of today's stream, um, and see if I can get some test out these platforms and and see what they can and can't do. So or at least see what happens, and how much I need there. So the the only concern that I have right at this moment in time is um, I don't know if I'm really making a lot of the motors to really um, to handle the power, or to handle the milestones. I'm not quite sure um, if I have enough there. So okay, well, I already have enough on me to handle 3 out of the 4, so let's go ahead and set that going, get that going. Those are done, those are done, and those are done, so we're all good there. Now we just need to see about how we're doing on the motors, and I'm not quite sure where exactly did I put those. Hmm. I don't need to go out to the petroleum yet. I don't necessarily want to I don't necessarily want to double check that, at least not yet anyway. Alright, let's see. Right, here's the motors. Yeah, I definitely don't have enough um, to do the 100 yet. So that might take me a little bit of time. Okay, looks like we have enough rotors being made up there. So I guess the main limitation that I'm having right at this moment in time is the straters. Obviously, uh, I'm not producing enough there to um, to generate a fast amount. So, and it looks like I'm not generating a lot here either because it's steel pipes. Now again, I'm not like maxing out my storage yet, so so all the pipes aren't flowing directly into um, the constructor yet, or the assembler here to make the necessary parts. And again, um, same with this storage. I haven't maxed out that one yet, so it's probably going to take me a while to get the necessary. I mean, unless I look into just trying to build some more, um, build some more assemblers to make the straters, which, I mean, trying to make the steel pipes and connect the wires to it is probably going to be a little bit of a difficult process. Maybe I can try to get away with doing that like up here on the, you know, you know, up, up here maybe, and just have it kind of, just have the extra flow down into the to into the container just to um, process all that. But at the same time, you know, I'd probably need to like maybe set up a like set up a way so that I can get any extra resources that are flowing into the storage to flow here as well. Mm, But again, I would have to basically get a foundry going that will handle both, iron ore and coal, which I mean, I do have, you know, this extra spot over here to um, to break open for, for some extra coal, but I don't have any like additional um, iron ore nodes anywhere that I can, you know, make do with. So, and I'm already kind of splitting up, the iron ore into three different spots already. Um, so, although it looks like I can maybe get away with like maybe a fourth foundry, because it looks like it's not consuming, each of these foundries aren't consuming enough of the iron ore to really, slow down their processes as well. But hmm, this might take a bit to, like, I would have to, like, do another splitter. Hmm, I mean, maybe I can, maybe I can just put another one here or something like that. And then just have a line go up there. Hmm. Uh, well, let's see. Hold on. Let me. Oh, let me head back to the hub real quick. I want to see how many motors do I really need. I mean, obviously it feels like I'm just going to be needing a ton of them. So if I can, if it seems like I'm going to need to just kind of ramp up my production just overall. Um, maybe in both, just trying to get strators built and, the motors built all together. Because 100 there, nothing there. I need 200 there, 250 there. Yeah, so 450, 550 motors, and I'm barely making them right now. Damn. As much as I would love to, once again, try to, rework this area down here, because it definitely needs a full-on overhaul. I need to get some more motors going. Otherwise, it's gonna take me forever to get at least a petroleum power going. One of the reasons why I also want to try to get the petroleum power going is because of um, the large amount of fuel um, that I'm basically producing over in, near the petroleum. You know, I need to have a way to kind of store all the extra that I'm making right at this moment. So, okay. Actually, oh, right. Okay, I think that's probably gonna be about as good as I can go for here. Um, I don't wanna, uh, I don't wanna go too far out here. Otherwise, if I'm gonna put a splitter there, I don't necessarily want to, um, let's see, wait. Okay, so I'm gonna need to throw that there. Maybe punch this up a little bit. Now, can I put a splitter? Oh. No, I can't put a splitter. Interesting. Hold on a second. I was wondering if I can like put a splitter on like this bottom here so that, once it comes on down, it can just kind of be split off and, I can just have it kind of merge into this line over here. but it doesn't look like I can do that. But if I put it there, could that also work? Not sure. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna try something. Merger. There's that. And then, let's see. Put that there. And then we'll put that there. And then we'll put that. Ooh, can't put it there. Hold on. We're going to need to use that one to go there. And we're going to need to do this one over here. And hopefully that'll work. Well, first off, I need to make sure that this works. So. It did work. Awesome. Oh, this is still a Mark II build. That's not good. Let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, so now that we have that going, let us see about trying to get okay, let's see. I need to basically get and basically I need to change this into the strutters there. So we need to build a boundary. That will then go into a constructor. Okay, so Foundry will make the steel ingots, which will then go into do the steel pipes. And we'll have that go over there. I'll be the steel pipes. Now, I need to find... right now I'm making... yeah, clearly I'm not using, enough of the, I'm not, this is kind of like a waste of, time and resources here, so, damn it. It's just, they're both super close to each other. Damn it. Let's see. Maybe... that's not gonna do. Let's see, hold on. Can I... No, doesn't look like I can... Damn it. This isn't working out the way I want it. Kinda wish I could have a little bit... Let's see. No, no, no. I want it over... No, that's not... Yeah, it's not allowing me to kind of build a splitter here very well. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I've already kind of tried to see, like, distance-wise, can I do it? But it's not really giving me that option very well. Okay, hold on. Let's kind of try to reposition this here a bit. What am I overlapping? Oh, I'm overlapping that. Gotcha. Hold on a second. I think I have someone at the door. Be right back. Can I help you? Didn't I talk with you last weekend and I said I'm not interested? Didn't I talk with you last week and say that I wasn't interested? Yeah, I thought so. Not at this time. Thank you. Oh, guess you folks heard that. We apparently have some folks going around us, saying, "Hey, please join our church," and that's not a thing that I'm interested in anymore. So, all right. Okay. I was needing to make striders from there. Let's see. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and throw a whole bunch of steel pipes in here. Put a whole bunch of wire in there. Throw one strider in there. Must have grabbed it like right at the very last second there. Let's see. We had that going across there. And then, let's see, maybe this will give me enough room to handle what I want to kind of try to do. I mean, I'm not necessarily, I'm trying to, oh wait, god damn it. The splitter's pointing the wrong way. That's why. That's why I'm having such a hard time with it. There we go. Yep, it doesn't like that shape. And I think it's still a little too close to do anything along these lines. Actually, let me point it that way and see if I can connect that to there. Okay, good. And then I don't necessarily like doing this, but oh, but wait. I'm kind of messed up. I kind of messed up how I wanted to go about doing this. Hold on. I need to point that direction. Then we'll do a splitter there. Then we'll do a line there. Okay. Why are we now having a problem with this? That's irritating. Okay, maybe if I go in that general direction, I can try to see if I can maybe swing things around this way. Nope, apparently it doesn't like that either. God damn it. Here I was kind of hoping that I can get, you know, try to get a little bit more, or, get a connection, popping out of here to go, up through the floor. But it doesn't seem to want to kind of work with me on that. Actually, let's see. We'll do this. I'll bump it up. Let's see. Bump it up to about there. And then we'll bump this up. To there. Splitter there. And we'll do a line out there. Okay, good. And now okay, hold on. I know this looks bad, but right at this moment in time, I need to, I want to get some wires going on up here, and the only way to go about doing that is to kind of fudge this a bit. Which what we can do is kind of remove those for right now. And then we'll have that go over there. Okay. And then we'll put those there. Looks like we're kind of on our way, it looks like. We're getting a little bit closer to what I want to do. Put that there, and then we'll do a line out from there over to, oh, not to there. To there, please. And then I could maybe put a line in from the coal, but let me see about trying to get the other coal miner going. Well, actually, no, I don't need to really worry about that. Let me just Let me take it from here. Okay. And then we should be good to go as long as I can get some power going. So, let's see. Too many connections going right at this moment in time. Let me see. I need to get back up there. I need to get that elevator set up. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Shit. Messed up there. Okay, there we go. And there we go. All right. Still need to get that working. Or, you know, make sure that this is connected. There we go. So, while it's not like, you know, I'm not necessarily getting a lot made, you know, I basically kind of doubled up the Strutter production, so the, you know, making the motors should be a little bit faster now. So, and you know, it'll also fill up, you know, the storage, you know, faster as well. So we shouldn't necessarily need to worry too much about that from here on out. I'll just need to kind of let it go for right now to, you know, for it to generate the motors that I need, which we still got a ways to go on that. Okay. Um, let's see. This is kind of a mess now. I don't really like the idea of, um, you know, having to kind of split this up so much just to try to get, you know, more stratters going. Um, you know, I probably need to try to figure out a better system of going about making them and, um, you know, having them flow into the motor a little bit more. Um, so I'm still kind of messing up there, I'm sure. Um, but for the time being, I'm just gonna kind of leave it. Um, I want to get, um, I want to work on the, uh, one of the things that I need to kind of worry about is, the 2,500 frameworks that I still need to, produce. So, and obviously, as you can see, that's going very, very slowly based off of, the amount of beams that I'm sending out there and the, um, and my overall production here at this point, because this is slow, and you know, um, clearly I can try to speed this up a little bit more than what I'm currently doing right now. My efficiency is so poor in this area that just trying to get the frameworks right at this moment in time is, you know, really bad. So, so I'm gonna need to kind of rework this bit. Um, and probably the first thing that I need to do is you know, try to get this area, you know, cleaned up a little bit more and, working, you know, like the fact that I have these storage containers, taking in resources and spitting them right back out, and it's not storing anything. So, so clearly, I have some issues on hand on this. So, um, the fact that these are also Mark One miners, you know, is also really bad. So, uh, I need, I'm gonna need about um, three more, you know, uh, of those little mobile miner guys to make, turn them into Mark IIs. So let me go do that while it's emptying out its ore. No, I don't need that one. I need this. And how many stacks of these can I make? I have a funny feeling that I'm probably going to be just needing a ton of them anyway. Let's see. Let's find out. Hmm. Well, more than 10 at least. I mean, I don't necessarily want to spend all my time just, manufacturing the portable miners. So I'll just make about 20 and be done with it. There we go. Would be kind of nice if I could, set up uh, like a constructor to make them, because all it takes is the plates and the rods to, you know, so I can just throw them into a storage container. But oh well. Okay. Um, let's see. I should be good overall in terms of overall resources to kind of get the job done, or get uh, like really rework the area. But at the same time, I do feel like I might need a few more plates. And I do know that I have quite a bit of storage over here. Um, for that. So let me just grab a, good 1,000 of them. Because one of the things that I'm going to want to do is, get this, you know, uh, raised up, so I don't necessarily need to worry about I mean, this is fairly flat land anyway, but, um, if I can get these up onto, uh, more of a, um, foundation set, then, I might be able to get, um, uh, you know, um, I might be able to, figure out, um, like positioning and stuff like that a little bit better than what I'm currently doing right now. So, okay, let me put single factor down. Now, I was holding control to, to see if this would kind of, um, my friend told me like, hey, if you hold down control and you place a foundation, it kind of locks in with, like, I guess the natural world, like, angle or something along those lines. But, I look at this, versus my other structures that I've already made, and, well, it's definitely off angle. But whatever. Um, it's not like I'm gonna be, uh, um, I'm gonna be, uh, you know, combining everything um, into one area, you know, or into like one factory. Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me. Creature, you're in the way. Hmm. Okay. Can't put it there. And obviously, if I start putting these across there, yeah, it's going to be uh, messing with multiple there, so that's not really going to work out very well. All right, let's close down our foundations there. Or actually, hold on, let me get at least some ramps going here. Just slightly off. All right. Okay, I'll take that. Reinforced iron plates. I mean, for right now, I don't necessarily need them, so we're just gonna kind of, well, actually, hold on. I got quite a bit of screws that need to be um, kind of going in here. So let's go ahead. You know, I'll throw the container back down here. I'll just set these in for right now. There. Just so we can kind of try to clear out these screws a bit. Seeing that I'm clearly making, I have, you know, multiple that are, you know, constructing said screws, so. Okay. Okay. I need to kind of move everything that I've kind of been storing to like another area, or at least, you know, away from here for the time being. Um, so we're just gonna kind of put it over here for, you know, put some of these over here for the time being. Um, there we go. Clear those out. Okay, that's a bit weird. There we go. Let's see. Conveyor belt too long. Ah. There we go. No. Right. Okay. That up there, and then there we go. Clear all those out. think that's about as good as we're gonna get right at this moment in time. Obviously, you know, I'm just gonna kind of leave these leave these here for now, because obviously, you know, I'm still getting resources like the, you know, like the rotors and so on and so forth, you know, into these little storage units. But you know, I need to kind of clear out what I have. So I've made a lot of screws. Matter of fact, let me change this over to, oh, actually, hold on. Let me stop that. I mean, I'm already feeding, you know, I already have a lot of resources being devoted into screws into this one location already. Um, so I just need to make sure that I'm not going to necessarily run out of the steel plates, you know, too early here. So this is going too slow. Let's ramp this up a bit. Um, what I'm gonna do is, um, you know, let this kind of finish off making screws, and then, you know, while this is paused, I'll, you know, once this is kind of cleared out, then I'll switch this over to the uh, steel plates, and then kind of have the resources moved elsewhere. So, but I think I'm gonna probably run out of time anyway on that, or I'm gonna run out of um, let's see. Gonna need to kind of have this kind of facing towards the platforms a bit. Let's see. There we go. I will need to switch out a lot of these Mark 1s for the Mark 2s, seeing that I do have, you know, more capacity for wires coming out of them, but, you know, for right now, we'll just kind of leave them be. Yeah, this is just bad, like overall construction. But at this moment in time, the fact that I have um, so much like dedicated to, making screws, you know, in this particular sense to, uh, so yeah, let me go grab, the other plates that I have. Actually, I'll just go ahead and break it down. Okay. Now, yeah, I have like a wealth of screws right at this moment in time, so. Okay. Looks like we're really not really building anything more over here. Right, we got a lot of rotors, which mean what can I make? What can I use rotors for? What can I put rotors into to make them kind of useful? Smart plating. I mean, I already have pretty much an entire box full of smart plating right at this moment in time. I mean, um, if I had a steel factory making striders, then I could use all these rotors into making some more motors, but mm, it feels like I'm just kind of in stuck production over here, and that's not ideal, you know. And to be honest, my other production over there already has, all the rotors that I could use. I just need a little bit more in terms of, um, I feel like I need, some better production in making these striders. Hmm. Okay, let's get back over here. I'll dump the steel plates that I have um, into the storage container over here so that, it can be used to make the reinforced plates for, continued production. Yeah, I need to definitely rework this um, because it wasn't doing what, I needed it to do. So, this is waiting for more straters and or some more rotors, and I got, 2 containers of rotors, just sitting up there, not doing anything. Let me make sure. Hold on a second. I want to make sure. Um, yeah, I'm still on default on that one, so that's fine. Uh, hey there, Bob. How you doing? Welcome back to the stream. How's your day been? Well, right at this moment in time there, Bob, I'm looking at, a need to just completely restructure my, I had basically, the first starting area that I had was over here. And, you know, I've reworked it a little bit so that, um, like, to be able to kind of complete, certain milestones. I was like really ramping up um, the rotor production, you know, over here. And while I was, when I did that, I was kind of using this area down here for, further production, further builds and so on and so forth. But I haven't I haven't really updated this area, and as you can see, it's now like spaghetti code in terms of you know, conveyor belts all over the place, and that's not good. So, um, I've gone ahead and removed the miners and the Mark 1 miners that are over here, for the eventual replacement for with the Mark 2s that I have. But clearly I want to try to, well, I wanted to maybe wait for this to finish like overall production so I can kind of use the resources, but it's just going too slow. I'm thinking I'll just deconstruct everything and build it into something a little bit better than where it's at right now. So at least that's probably the plan that I'm gonna have to kind of consider doing, because this is I'm not, it's just taking a little too long in my opinion to get things done. So, and in terms of my day, it's about the same as it's been. Um, could be better, could be worse. So, um, hmm. Ooh, actually, I need to kind of be a little careful here, because um, if I'm not careful, I'm not gonna be, yeah, I'm not gonna have, um enough steel plates to handle um, just simple construction. So, oh, it's gonna get warmer, my friend. We haven't even got into like, full on summer yet. Normally, I deal with, you know, the fact that, I'm just gonna break all these down. It's gonna take up a lot of my room, or it's gonna fill up my store, everything here. You know what? Let me just store all this right now. Just so I can make room for, like, just demolishing everything here. Oh, what did I do? I didn't want that removed. Damn it. Wait. What the heck? Where did the resources go? I deleted that line. Where did my... That's weird. All the resources that I had in there should, or, you know, that, you know, I deleted that line that should have gone into my inventory. Weird. Oh, I just grabbed a whole bunch of screws. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and try to put all that in here again. There we go. Well, that really didn't do as much as I wanted it to. Let's see. Hold on. Let's grab reinforced iron plates. I'll put them in here. Those alone. Leave those alone. Okay. Let's see. Store all that. There we go. I guess we can just kind of let that continue being produced there. Let's see. Okay, that's cleared. Don't need that anymore. Okay. Clear these. I gotta be a little careful here because if I delete this one, for example, then I'm going to cause basically power outage for my wires over there. So I need to kind of rework this a bit. let's... Okay, we're getting power. Oh, right, I had a power line that went up and around like so. Did I have these connected at all? I don't think I did. No, it doesn't look like they're connected anywhere around here. Okay. Well, I might need to, cut off power anyway, just to kind of get this to be organized a little bit better. So. Just stop. Just stop production there. Okay. Let's see. Clear those out. I mean, clearly I still need to get, the frameworks, back or, to the space elevator. So I don't necessarily want to remove that overall line. But I do need to reposition it. So. Let's see. Okay. I think this one was used for steel pipes, so I can probably, get rid of those, get rid of all those anyway. So let's at least get the steel beams to connect with the storage at least, keep the storage filled, at least for now. Okay, now everything is looking, or I mean, obviously, I've cleared out the area, so, or, cleared it out quite a bit anyway. Let's see. Let's grab all these. And I'll throw those in there. Actually, hold on. We already have like this for the reinforced iron plates, so might as well use that one for these. Try to keep this somewhat organized. Yeah, I can't really throw anything in there per se, so Okay, so okay. Grab all these screws and throw those over into the other one. Okay. Kind of thankful that I have a large amount of inventory space right at this moment in time. So, go ahead and grab about 3 stacks there because I might still need them to build resources and the like. Okay. First thing that I'm gonna do is I have some iron ore in here, so I'm just gonna throw that in there for right now. Let's go ahead and make ourselves the 2 other miners and make sure that it's kind of lined up with our foundations over there. Okay. Now, let me get some. Let me try to reorganize this, my foundation set here. I could probably do like another. Do one right there. Try to organize this a little bit better here. Okay. I'm gonna need the space. Now, I might go all the way over to the poison area, but whatever. I'll deal with that after the fact. Or, I'll remove it if I need to. Oh, okay. Apparently I can only do about 5 there. Not surprising. Eventually I'll want to, eventually I will want to kind of remove all that to, um, reposition it. But for right now, you know, uh, we'll leave it alone. Okay, so, um, so typically from, you know, uh, based off of, you know, well, I'm not necessarily, super expert when it comes to making sure like everything's kind of, um, in terms of like, oh yeah, the number of miners per refineries, you need, this many, blah blah blah. I'm not there yet, or at least I'm not like, um, I haven't necessarily gotten that. Um, completely ironed out. So, so basically what I've, you know, what I've done kind of in my own mind is been basically saying like, for every miner I can get about, 3 smelters, you know, and, you know, but at the same time, like, the amount that I produce out of the smelters, I could almost do like, 3 constructors from that as well. So, um, um, so it might be in my best interest to maybe try to do this on like a triple level, I guess might say. Hmm. Although, um, like, okay, um, the amount, um, well, clearly I'm not necessarily gonna have the, um, like I don't have like the numbers in my mind as to like, oh yeah, um, one minor two is gonna give me, a total of like three refineries, and for each refinery I need 3 constructors, blah blah blah, and that's gonna, give me, um, the best efficiency ever, right? I don't necessarily have that. I could look it up, um, but I need to kind of figure that out. Okay. Because um, if I want, each of these to be kind of getting 100% in terms of overall efficiency, then, you know, then it needs to, they need to kind of do what they can, right? So, um, so let's see. Um, so it takes 30 and outputs 30. But this outputs 120. So this could support up to 4 refineries, if you notice. If, a refinery takes in 30 per, you know, that's 4 refineries that it, one miner two could handle. So, you know, so if I want this to be at 100%, you know, all the way, then clearly, I need to, um, then I'll need to kind of do, more for that. Now, oh, okay. I guess I need the power shards there um, to increase the overclock. Um, I wonder if the power shards will eventually like disappear. Ooh, excuse me. Hmm. Okay, hold on a second. I wanna check something out here. typically you don't necessarily want to. I mean, you have to be very careful whenever you try to overclock anything, right? Because that generates a lot of heat and and could potentially damage you know um, what machines you're using and the like. But um, but the thing is that I don't know if we have that kind of potential danger, I guess you might say, in this. Like, will the miner 2 just absolutely explode um, if I overclock it? I'm not sure. Hmm. Now, there is a bit of a different, when I looked at the overclocking, it showed, power shard 1, power shard 2. Now, I don't see any difference in like the overall um like they're not like colored differently or anything along those lines um based off of this. And I would imagine that, the yellow blue power slug is just gonna make, two of the power shards. So if I was to do like two of these, is that still power shard one, just two of them, or is it the power shard two? One power shard two, I guess you might say. That's what I'm kind of wondering about here a bit. Hmm. Okay, well, let me check this here real quick. We'll throw these back in there. I don't normally, like I said, I don't normally like overclocking, but I want to check yeah, I still want to kind of check, can I get, more resources? Oh, here we go. Let's not die. Let's not hurt ourselves too much. Nope. Come on. So if I put that there, oh, okay. So yeah, it's only counting it as I guess a power shard one. It's not allowing me to put two in there. So interesting. Hmm. Oh, hmm. But I'm right now um I want to check to see um like how much is this kind of um am I getting the 7.5 per minute increase in production, or am I getting the 10 per minute? That's what I'm kind of curious about. Okay, you know what? Let's put these away for right now. I wanna eventually I need to find one of those yellow power slugs. I mean, they're around here, you know. Like there's one right over, you know, over there, for example. You know, I just need to get the necessary resources to, you know, to get, my gas mask working. So, um, so let's worry about that a little bit later, though. We'll throw those in there for right now. Um, but you know, but just on default, the fact that this can be this can output enough for three or for four different refineries is or for four different smelters, sorry, um, is you know an extreme amount, and trying to put that all onto one flat um, factory floor is going to be excruciating. So, um, now if I was to do a constructor, let's do iron plates here, right? Um, so each, this one would take, 30 of the iron ingots to, produce the, you know, two iron plates per minute, 20, 20 per minute there, right? So, um, but, we got the iron rods, you know, these just need 15 per minute to produce the, one iron rod per minute. So, so um, if I'm outputting 30 iron ingots, from the refineries, then I could split that up into two different constructors to make the iron rods. You see what I'm talking about? So, um, hmm. And this is why I kind of wish that, the blueprint constructor was a little bit better in my opinion. You know, that it handles just blueprints and not, you know, um, constructions and stuff like that. But maybe I can work with it a bit. See if I can get um, see if I can get a little bit more in terms of um, you know, more built up here than uh, so let's see. If I want, basically I need, four smelters, right? And that will handle, the, um, a single miner too. And obviously that's a lot of space here already, as you can kind of see. So what I probably should want to do is try to put this up, at a higher level, or, and this is why this kind of build structure isn't great. I don't really like this too much because I have to manually go up on here, and that's why it's not ideal. Um, because if I want to build, um, I didn't necessarily want to build it across like that, but nope, no, 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 that one. Then we'll do. Oh, damn it. There we go. I don't think this. Oh, I think I kind of put it in the wrong spot. Hold on. Let me. There we go. Get rid of that. It's not perfect with the overall layout. Oops. Okay. Okay, so now that I have that, there we go. I want to kind of do. I want to kind of try to split these up into two separate areas so that I can kind of work on. Um, yeah, I know I'm overlapping with the designer. That's the problem. You guys aren't giving me a way to kind of go up and down in this without, you know, it's not necessarily giving me an elevator that I can easily kind of go up and down. That's why this particular designer is flawed. I don't like this, you know. Like I should be, it should be something, um, not so much, um, it should be like more virtual than this, you know. So that's all. Okay. Oop, missed. Okay. So we're gonna try to build, you know, um, okay. I didn't necessarily need to throw my parachute on like that, but nope, didn't make it. Oh well. Okay. We're gonna do. If we're gonna do like, 4 and 4, then I need to basically have something along these lines where, I have the, um, I have the smelters kind of spaced out nicely. It's going to be a little problematic trying to, unfortunately this doesn't work with, like I can't put a miner down in here. And that's another reason why it's such a bad design. Like, allow for me to build, a miner, so that I can, you know, I can construct it, I can basically place it down and have the, connecting, um, conveyor belts to, the locations that I want. It's like, whatever. Okay, so, you know, either way, I'm gonna need to get the, I'm gonna need to get a miner down so, and be able to try to, um, you know, have the resources being parsed out enough that it goes to, um, the four, um, the four perfectly. I'm gonna do that. I don't know. Um, what I could do would be something like, um, you know, I could do something like one splitter there, and then you just kind of do like two splitters, you know, like so, and then I have the one miner kind of putting resources in like that. I have it split, you know, I have the resources split off into the two splitters there, like so, and then I have the you know D splitters kind of going off into the one refinery over there, one refinery over here. This one goes into the other refinery, and this one goes into the other refinery. So, um, so it all kind of lines up nicely and distributes the resources properly, without having to worry about um, um, one particular refinery getting more resources than the other three, for example. Try to like make sure that they're all evenly distributed. So now, um, now in terms of um, plates, if I did, if I was doing, iron ingots, making 30 per, and putting them into iron plates, it takes 30 per and outputs to 20. Okay, and that's fine. You know, I don't necessarily need it to be making more than that. You know, per se. Um, but if I want to do something else, say, um, if I want to do something like, say, the iron rods, you know, or these two, then I'm going to need to do, um, you know, we'll do, oh, I don't like the fact that it, you know, already has a problem with clipping in that regard. But whatever. Um, and then we can do that there. Wait, is it connected? I can never be sure with this. Like it doesn't, like sometimes it might look like it's connected, but it's doesn't always work out the way I want it to. But I can't be 100% sure. That's the problem is I don't have like any good indicators saying like, oh yeah, this is perfectly fine. It doesn't seem like it wants to give me any kind of indicator as to connection there, so I guess that is connected. Whatever. Okay. Um, and obviously that will create all the iron, all the iron rods, right? Now, um, oh shit, I forgot. There we go. Now if I want to do, we don't have the um, iron ingots into screws yet, so um, so it's just gonna have to be um, it's just gonna have to be, um, iron rods into screws that way. Now, uh, so from the looks of it, um, just a single um, constructor building the iron rods that's going to be outputting 15 per minute, or was it 15? Yeah, 15 per minute. Um, to get the screws, for the 40 per minute there, um, at 100%. All I just need is like one, you know, uh, one for one kind of thing. Like, one constructor, for the iron rods to go into the screws. And I should be generating 100% on that. At least I should. So, um, now, unfortunately, we don't have enough room to do, um, you know, this is about as much space as I can work with and for this particular blueprint, and it's not exactly ideal, but I mean, I don't really know what else I can really do about that. Um, um, because I would love to be able to, put down like an assembler as well to, be able to, you know, uh, basically say, okay, if I want, versatile frameworks to be constantly constructed because I need to, clearly I need modular frames. And if I need modular frames, I need, you know, the iron rods and I need some reinforced iron plates. So, um, now for iron plates, to make sure that this, I guess, is at 100%, I need 30 per minute there um, to work out, right? So, um, so right now we're only supplying 20 per minute, not the 30 that I need. So, hmm, okay. Hmm. I feel like I need to get myself a little notepad here to try to get um, to try to figure out the math here. Um, okay, so um, okay, so here's the thing. Clearly, if I use the um, if I use only the single um, constructor here, that's going to output the iron plates into the assembler up there, then clearly it's not. This is outputting isn't outputting enough to handle the the assembler that's up here, right? You know, because it's going to be looking for 30. We're only supplying 20 per minute. Okay, so um, so what I need to basically do in this particular case is, in a sense, have like um, two assemblers kind of next to each other, you know, both producing the reinforced iron plates. And I need basically 3 of these constructors giving me iron plates. And then I would basically need to do something like, you know, um, uh, Here, let me kind of move this and move these out of the way right at this moment in time, just to kind of show you what I'm probably going to need to do if I want to get iron plates into these. I'm going to need to do something along the lines of, um, I have one line going in there with iron plates, from one constructor, another another set coming in from another constructor, right? And then I have a third constructor that is, building some more iron plates, and I'm going to need to put, you know, um, I have, you know, and then basically split that constructor into these two here, so divides the output from the one constructor into these two, you know, evenly, so basically get the 30, you know, basically split the one of the 20s into two 10s, basically, so that we get a full 30, per plate, or, 30 iron plates, right? So, um, so there's that. Oh boy. Here, let me kind of write this down here real quick. Hold on. Bring up Notepad. Um, so 1 minor 2 um, is going to be equaling 4 um, um, 4 smelters. So there's that. Okay. Um, if I want, um, if I wanted to basically have an even amount of iron plate output, I'm gonna need, you know, uh, you know, so for iron plates, um, to reinforce iron plates, um, I'm gonna basically need uh, 3 constructors going into 2 assemblers, right? To equal the iron plates. And now that means that I'm going to need to have basically 3 smelters dedicated to feeding into those 3 constructors. So that just leaves for one miner, um, for one, miner 2, that's just leaves 1 smelter left. Oof. So, okay, well, we've done 2 hours. Um, Let me go ahead and um, stop this video here. We'll go ahead and start a brand new one here in just a second. So if you're watching this later on YouTube, hopefully you give it a like and subscribe for more. Leave a comment down below. Um, check out the description for multiple links, that are helpful to me directly, such as Patreon and donation, or if you just want to join the community that I have. Uh, you know, got the Discord. Don't really do much with in terms of like Twitter or I think it's Blue Sky. I don't really touch those anymore. Um, but I think that I still have links there, but whatever. Um, so check those out if you're interested in that. Um, but that's going to be it for this video. We're going to go ahead and stop this, our part A, I guess, and move on to a part B. So stay tuned for that. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. Until then, take care, have a good night, stay healthy, stay safe. Catch you strangers next time. Okay, and this will be our part two, or part B, I guess you might say, um, for this particular stream set. Okay, so we're still kind of working on overall like uh, math to try to get uh, a good like construction going here. So um, we figured out that in the last session that I'm going to need to do basically about three smelters to three constructors into two assemblers just for the iron plates. You know, um, just to make use of all the iron plates that I'm making, right? So there's that. Um, and um, we're just kind of getting these together just to, be able to make the modular frames as it is anyway. So, um, we're not like building, we're just gonna use this to try to build up the versatile frameworks, and that's it. I'm not necessarily gonna worry too much about like reconstructing the smart plating or the automated wiring or anything along those lines. I'm just gonna focus on building up the versatile frameworks right now. Um, so you know, uh, let's look at the screws here. Now, um, now we're outputting 40 per minute of screws. Ooh, and they need 60 per minute. God damn it. So I'm gonna need to do the exact same thing with the screws in this particular case. So, so for the screws going into um, the reinforced iron plates right at this moment in time, I need basically three constructors going into the two assemblers as well. Um, Now this is going to be a little odd because um, I basically need, you know, for the three constructors, I would need, three additional constructors um, coming from the uh, iron rods to um, generate the screws, right? And I've already kind of determined that, you know, um, you know, the iron rods that I'm making, um, I'm making 15 per to give me the 4 screws, or to I just need. Um, oh wait, no, I don't necessarily need to worry about that though, because I'm getting 15 per minute already. So if I have 2 constructors making iron rods, then I'm basically gonna have 5 extra per constructor, so I can put those in. I can basically split the output from those 2 constructors into the 3 constructors for the 2 assemblers. So, um, okay. So I don't necessarily need to worry too much about that. Um, and if I'm not mistaken, I just need 30 here, so only one smelter needs to handle the iron ingots here. So, um, so I just need one smelter to handle that all. Now it's gonna look really problematic in terms of overall like um you know um it's gonna look a little problematic at the very end because um I'm gonna have a lot of uh trying to get the layout just to kind of feed into the 2 assemblers is going to be a bit worrisome, but hmm. Okay, 3 per minute. Okay, the fact that this is requiring 12 per minute, um, um, I'm gonna need to if I'm gonna do a you know an assembler for the modular frames, I just need one uh, uh, basically like half a smelter to constructor to get the amount of iron rods necessary to make the modular frames, right? So um, now uh, it needs 3 reinforced iron plates per minute, and how much the output is? 5 per minute. Okay, so just one of these is enough to handle um, supplying enough reinforced iron plates to make the modular frames. Okay. So, if I do it that way, then um, each one of these assemblers here that's making the reinforced iron plates, they can just go directly into making a modular frame. So, basically, you know, I have, you know, um, Um, I would just basically need one assembler going into the other assembler um, for the modular frames. That's all. So, um, and 2.5 per minute there. Okay. Um, it's not going to be perfect, but if I have, one assembler going into another assembler to make the two modular frames, if I combine both of them together for the, versatile framework, I'm going to get the 2.5 per minute. Obviously, that's not ideal, um, because, I would love to be able to, um, have, uh, just enough being made from one assembler to handle this. So maybe I might need to consider overclocking. Hmm. Hold on, let me go down and grab the uh, I'm gonna grab the batteries here real quick. Wait, where did I put them? Oh, they're back over here. That's right. They're there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So if I put one of these in here. And overclock it by a little bit, I can get the 2.5 per minute. Oh, but it requires a little bit more resources to handle that. Hmm. Okay. Well, okay. We're already generating 15 per minute anyway from the constructors. So this amount of increase isn't bad. Like I'm not gonna have any problems with that. But we're not gonna have any problems with the reinforced iron plates either, because we're making 5 per minute in that regard, and this is only gonna require 3.75. So we're looking like we're pretty good in that regard. Like we're gonna have basically a surplus of iron plates. Um, Now, would have been nice if to be able to have gotten kind of more of a surplus for the iron rods, but but this requires that I put in these power shards, and again, I don't know how, like, will these power shards basically expire after a certain point in time? I would imagine so, but I don't know. That's the thing. Something for me to kind of maybe check out. Um, so now the steel beams, obviously, I'm gonna have kind of a hard time dealing with anyway, but um, okay. The layout of this is gonna be quite problematic though, because like, right now I'm trying to use this kind of machine to kind of do like a basic blueprint, but this isn't the size of this isn't good enough to do like the more complicated builds that I kind of want to do anyway. So, um, but the thing is that um, if my calculations are correct, then I'm gonna need to um, uh, then I'm gonna need to basically keep my smelters and everything kind of um, all on the same level if I want to try to get this to kind of work properly. Mm, okay. Yeah, let's head on back. Now that I have a rough idea as to um, what I'm looking at here. Um, let's see. We're just barely there. Okay. Um, so let's see. Let me do, one assembler. And that will make the versatile frameworks, right? Um, and then, let's see. Let me see what. Well, okay. If I can do um, if I can do um, um, if I can do the overclocking in turn for the modular frames here, if I can do that and, get that 125% to make the 2.5 being outputted there, then I could basically do like a one-to-one um, to handle the overall assembler. Um, so um, so let's see what we can do about that. Um, So, let's see, gonna handle that. Okay. And I'm making I'm gonna have two assemblers, you know, making um, the reinforced iron plates anyway. So if I do that, there we go. And we should be good in that regard. And we should be fine there. Now, let's see. In this particular case, I could probably try to do like two frames overall, or two um, now this is gonna be a little problematic because, you know, sure, you know, like, okay, here. If this is making versatile frameworks, right? You know, basically both of them are making versatile frameworks. Gotcha, right? Um, then, you know, these will be making the modular frames. Okay, and that's fine. Once again, we'll go ahead and pop the, you know, overclocking in here so that it'll generate the 2.5. Again, if these burn out or something like that, like they fail on me at some point in time, then the math will be off, and the amount of modular frames that I'm outputting will not match with what I need for the versatile frameworks. So the frames will eventually become kind of a choke point in that regard. Like I won't be getting enough um, you know, frames to handle this, right? So um, um, okay. And then reinforce our plates. And then we have that going into there. Okay. So the problem that I'm gonna have a little bit is one, you know, these assemblers, I need the steel beams, so I need to um, uh, basically get I'm probably gonna need to kind of do a conveyor lift here um, to handle uh, you know, to be able to kind of make sure that it doesn't necessarily run into anything else there. So And kind of same thing with these here, you know, because of the iron rods, I'm going to need to, um, you know, have them, you know, up to handle that. So now, let's see. Okay. Um, um, and now to try to organize this a little bit because, um, this is gonna start getting even, even messier. It's like, you know, just trying to think about this is gonna be yikes. Um, because I need to, um, I'm gonna need to be able to, um, let's see now. What was it again for the iron plates? I needed 3 constructors. Oop, I closed out my notepad. Hold on. Bring that back. um, so so this is going to be a little interesting here in the fact that, you know, I need 1, 2, 3 constructors. And already, you know, I'm looking at it and going, oh my God, you know, just these 3 constructors going for these 2 here. And I still need to worry about, you know, trying to filter in the screws into here as well is not ideal. Um, because I would basically need, you know, that, you know, you know, these 2 here, or no, wait, um, oh no, I need 3 constructors there as well to handle the amount of screws that I need. So, you know, not only do I need 3 constructors for the steel plates, but I basically need 3 constructors um, for the screws as well. So just trying to put that all together to feed into those 2 there is gonna be a pain in the ass. Um, which makes me think that I might need to kind of put this up on a multi-level uh, process to kind of handle, handle what I'm looking at here. Okay, well, let's see what we can do here. Is that high enough? Let's see. No. That's also not high enough. Let's see. I do 2 meters up. Oh. Is that gonna be enough? Yeah. So basically the constructors are about 9 meters in height. Okay. Well, if I want this to work, I gotta organize this, a little bit better. So let's see. Now, if I was to do, let's see. I can't put one in the center. Okay, so it's not, I can't necessarily make this perfectly lined up because clearly, this one here going straight up there is great, and this one right there going straight up there is great, but doesn't necessarily leave any room for anything like in the middle there. Um, so we're gonna have to kind of move this over just ever so slightly. So hold on, let me reposition this a bit. I just want to kind of line them up nicely, so. Okay, does that leave enough room? Ah, damn it. My OCD's getting the better of me right at this moment in time. Okay, so if you can notice just ever so slightly, the width of the constructor is off by like one block here. So, so I either need to scooch the one over on this side over one, or this one over here over by one. It's like, ah. Okay. We'll go ahead and move this one over by one. Come on. There we go. It's not necessarily going to be looking super pretty because obviously these aren't, lining up, you know, fantastic, but not much I can really do about that. That's the way they design these buildings, It's not, perfectly shaped up the way, you know. Okay. So this one goes straight into there. That one goes straight into there. And then, okay. That should be fine there. And then we'll go ahead and do a split. Then we can just kind of remove these. Don't need any additional resources going the wrong way. Then we'll do a merger there. And a merger there. And then we'll have our line going from there to there. And there to there. Okay. So now let's see. Okay, now that I have that, let's see. Problem is that I need to get this. Oh, I had it. Damn it. Where was it? Actually, hold on. Let me do it this way a bit. Just to kind of have a standing floor to work with here. So I just need to get that. No. Okay. And then we'll do this. Damn it. Okay. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter all that much if I do, this kind of height. So, remove those. And then, let's see. I don't want to go too far with this because I don't want to. Oh, okay. Here, let me do the. See how this is slightly awkward? Like it's slightly angled. Don't really like that, but not much I can really do about that. It's just the way the constructors are built right at this moment in time. It's just the the overall size of it. So I just need these, built up there. And then I just want to make sure that the floors here kind of, get close, but not, I don't necessarily want it running into the lifts here. And they do. Okay, so that's about as far as I can get them to go. So, now I need to get the screws going. So, um, let's see. Uh, let's see. What was my screws that I need? I needed 3 constructors and the 2 assemblers. Okay, so and this time obviously, I'm not necessarily going to be able to put them perfectly, spread out with each other. So, hmm. Actually, hold on. Let me check something here real quick. Just slightly off in the height. Okay, well. And if I want to try to do um, the same method that I'm doing down there, where I'm splitting the resources up with the 2 lines, this isn't necessarily going to work very well. Unless... Let's see, hold on. And then... Not quite the same design, but... But clearly I need to change some things around. You know, most likely move it backwards because I'm just a little too close to make this work properly. So, but you can kind of see what I'm doing here. You know, basically have, you know, basically this go, you know, right in here, for example. And then, you know, same kind of thing with that side, you know, kind of going up here in a way. And then I'll have the splitter here going into both of these. So, you know, the resources kind of get split, you know, evenly, you know, between them all. So, but, I need to kind of move these back a bit because it's just a little too close. The other thing that I want to do is I want to get the you know, the lifts here are just slightly higher than what they're at. So maybe right about there. Oh, nope. I just needed them up like by one more. There we go. There we go. And now you do the two mergers. Let's see. Splitter. Wait, what the heck? Oh, god damn it. It's doing the same damn thing again. Wait, what's going on here? That's weird. Oh, I know what's wrong. God damn it. It happened again. I want it facing a certain direction and it decided that it wanted to rotate around badly. So, there we go. Hayward does that. Oh, missed. Okay, that works. So that should also work. Ooh, it's not liking that. Why, I don't really know. Because it should be basically the same. I, the fact that I got this side working, but not this side. Okay, well, looks like I'm gonna have to move this back just a little bit more. Even though it's, well, I mean, one would think that it would be, nicely, centered, but apparently not. One, two, and rotate around because it's not facing the right way. Okay, let's try this again. There's that. See, it's slightly off if you notice, like, it's slightly more to the right over here. So it's like, so that's why the conveyor belts weren't really working very well. Okay. So there's that. Now let's go ahead and fix these. I just want to make sure that they're nicely aligned. There we go. Then place these. And then we can do that to there. And that to there. And this was for screws, right? Just making sure. Yeah. Screws there. Screws there. And screws there. Alright. Then I just need two constructors. So need to put a little bit of distance between them because I need to have a little bit of manipulation with the tracks there. Let's see. this is where things get a little, and I, hmm. So, um, so what I need to do here is I basically need to have a merger here, put in, you know, uh, and basically, you know, uh, you know, these go in there. You know, I need that one going in there. And then we need basically splitters over here. And splitter there. Because we're basically taking half the resources from these constructors that are making iron rods and feeding them into the other and feed them into the third constructor here. You know, that's also making screws. So, seeing that we only need 10 per minute, right? So, um, so there's that. And now, um, I was kind of hoping like maybe there's some way that I can like maybe lift these up a little bit to try to handle, uh, you know, have it kind of more up in the air. But the more I thought about it, like I couldn't necessarily get like a. Well, no, maybe I could do it. Um, I should be able to do it. Hold on. Let me redo this here. Um, because um, I just need to kind of change it up a little bit. So, you know, put these all here. Then we're going to put splitter there and a splitter there. Then we're going to do a merger there, which we can then do belt line there, belt line there, and then we can just do the lift up here and lift up there, and we should be good. There we go. Much better. So the iron rods, you know, being generated will go over here. You know, half of them will go into, or well, I guess half of them will be kind of going this way. Oh, it's not going to be, that's not going to really work out very well now, is it? No, it's not, because it's going to send, okay, so 15 per, it's going to generate 15 per minute, right? Well, the splitter being split into two is going to split that in half. Basically, 7.5 will be going this way, 17.5, or 7.5 goes that way and 7.5 goes in here, which is not what I need. I'm going to be short here, but I'm going to be getting 15 in this one. So this design isn't correct. I need to basically put I basically need to put both of these together. And then kind of split it apart. So that's going to be a bit interesting here. So, okay, hold on. What I could do here is I'll do a splitter here. So, and then when resources go in here, it will, split them evenly between the three here. Okay, so basically, if I put all 30, that because I'm making 15 per minute, so if I put these two together into the one input here, and then I can output them into the three different into the three constructors there, evenly, properly. Like, we're going to get 10, 10, and 10 if we do it that way. If I can get the 30 into this particular spot. But I need to actually somehow get that to work. So, nope. So this is going to be a little interesting because I have to kind of line this up nicely. So merger. Oh, that's not how I want it to go. Frack. I mean, I guess I could probably just try to do like, merger in this regard and just kind of stack them. See if I can see if that's lined up nicely. I guess it works. So that goes into there. That goes into there. And that goes into there. So, the 15 here goes into there. 15 there goes into here. And then it goes into here, all 30 of them, which gets split evenly between the three spots. So, and that should be good. All right. And now we need to handle refineries. So Okay. Let's see. Put that one there. Put that one there. Then we need refineries or smelters. Okay. Do that. There. Then there's that. Then okay. Now all right. Let's see. Oh no, wait. I almost forgot. I only need one smelter up here. One smelter will generate enough resources to handle, both of these constructors. So, um, let's see. Okay, then we do a splitter. Or it's having a problem with the with the fact that it's colliding with the smelter, but whatever. Okay, that should do. Now this is a little weird because, again, we have the um, we have this kind of being uh, set up in such a way where um, I need to make sure that I have them sent out perfectly for these, but at the same time, um, I need to make sure that you know, I only need one of them going up, and the other three are staying down here. So it's like, ah, jeez. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Um, if I do this here, actually, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me think here. Let me think. So put that there, and then if I can put this there, then I can do that up there, and we can do this up there, and then we can do that across that there, and then we can have this go here, and this should work, all things considered. Okay. Let me build, a power line for all these here. Now, before I start throwing anything in right at this moment in time, here, let me, I have a lot of resources on me that I can definitely, kind of transfer. So I put in 69 divided between 4. So, oh, but I don't, let's see, hold on. Iron ingot. Oh, but I don't have any power going right at this moment in time. Okay. Oh, I also need to get these kind of plugged in. Oh, damn it. Too high, too high, too high. Don't do that. There we go. And then plug those in. Okay, and these will generate the iron plates. There we go. Which will then go into these assemblers to make the reinforced. Which will then supply these with the reinforced iron plates. Now the problem is, what I have right at this moment in time is the fact that I don't have anything working on the iron rods right now. Or I don't have anything, distributing iron rods through these two here yet. I still got 2 more miners over there that will be making smelters, so, or that will, feed into 4 smelters. So eventually I can kind of get that working, but, and then of course I need to get the steel beams up here to, you know, to get, you know, this handled. So, okay. Um, so that should be good on the bottom part there. Let me double check what we got up here. We're doing iron ingots here. I will send out the iron ore into here for the iron rods. And then the iron rods into here to generate the screws necessary for the for that. And that will be filtered down into those two to go from there. So everything looks to be pretty much in order right at this moment in time. What I'd like to do is basically throw these iron ingots into these here because I don't necessarily need them on my person. There you go. Still have a little bit left over iron ingots, but not much I can really do about that. So yeah. Okay. A line up here. And we'll put a line there. Actually, hold on. Let me shift it over a little bit so I can kind of make it go down the... Well, I guess it won't really matter all that much as long as I get the, you know, everything kind of working out properly. So let's see. So this will power up these three here with plenty to spare. This will power up these three. And could potentially power up these two as well. So what we can do is we can send this out to this spot here. So it can power up these. You know, this one here can power up these four. So we can, you know, just get those going. There we go. And then we want this one to power up that, that, and that. And then we'll have this powering up this, and that. So there's that. Okay, so with this one, we're powering up, let's see, 3 there. Okay, hold on. have a total of 5 up here. Everything else is powered up, so actually this should be able to handle everything. So and there we go. There's that. And last but not least, our miner. Okay, so a good majority of our construction here is, obviously going to be running pretty well, but obviously, we're still missing, some resources, for our modular frames here. So we're still not there yet, and obviously, we need to get our steel beams up here as well. So that's going to be a little problematic in the sense that, I still have steel beams kind of being, distributed this way. So that's not actually ideal, but we'll have to change things up here a little bit. Because I need to kind of get this to be a little bit more okay. I wanted a little bit out so that I can potentially grab the resources if I need to. So let's see. Yeah. Let's throw everything in here for the time being. No other steel beams are going to be, are going to be coming down this area, so we can just go and kind of go ahead and get rid of all that. Basically what I need to do is I need to get, let's see, can I put a splitter here? I can't necessarily, hold on. If I do this that way, And if I can do a splitter, I can do a splitter going like that. Then I can have a variable go out this way. We already have, you know, something going down in here for the steel, so, and I just need to get this. Let's see. About right about there. Still need some steel beams. Thankfully, we have quite a supply over here, so let me go ahead and grab some. Then do that over here. Okay. I want to try to make sure that this is nice and lined up. Okay. Oop, hold on. That's gonna kind of go right into the hillside there. I don't necessarily want to have that happen. Let's see. Oh wait, damn it. I want to kind of angle it towards the oncoming traffic over there. Let's see. Ah, damn it. Where is it? There it is. Okay, and then... Ah! Damn it. Alright. And then... There we go. Oh, but wait. What I want to do is I want to set up a splitter like right about here, so that, you know, I'm still going to get resources kind of saved over in the over there. So there we go. Obviously, that's not going to be the you know, it's not going to give like the 30 per minute, because, you know, clearly, you know, you know, I don't think my uh, my construction, back there and with the refineries is gonna be good enough for it all. But okay, so we're clearly done with this. And I need to um, let's see. I need to transfer all that up there to the newly constructed one so that, I can move this line up there. So, um, there we go. Hmm. Doesn't collide. Awesome. So what we can do is we can remove that, which we can then do this, and it's colliding with what? The other line. Okay, I need to have a better look at this. It's not colliding with it whatsoever. What are you even talking about there, game? Whatever. I'll just change the build mode so now it goes that way. Okay, so now we should be good there. Now, obviously, I need to get the wire work to get back on schedule here because we're not making any more additional wires here, and that's not great. But let's see. Interesting. If I select a power line from one of the downgraded power poles, from the Mark 1s, it selects a power pole for the Mark 1. It doesn't automatically select the Mark 2 upgrade. So that's interesting. But I should know, but still, so I don't make any kind of mistakes later on. So the wires should now be getting constructed again. So obviously it'll take a little bit of time for it to get here, but um, but yeah. Actually, let me go and check. Let me make sure. Everything should be powered up and everything should be constructed nicely, so it's making them, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. All right. So the reason why I want to kind of move this up there is because I want to build the factory floor, and this is kind of in the way. So, but that'll take some time to clear out. So the next thing that I need to do is get I need to be able to get some. So the next thing that I need to do is get the iron rods, because clearly, I'm building up, you know, enough reinforced iron plates, but, I'm not generating any iron rods to handle this part of it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do same thing that we did, previously. And we're going to get the splitter here. We put it there. Because, I'm going to need to I'm going to need to get another line of the iron rods over here. And basically I need 2 sets of iron rods, which I believe is just, I only need like 1 smelter to do that. So now this isn't necessarily going to be fantastic in the sense that, right now I'm not, really doing anything major with the other 2 so far. So, but let's see. We'll put them like right next to the other 2 constructors here. Then we're going to see. Let's see, I want to kind of merge them into one. So that then they can be distributed properly here, equally between these 2. So and that's there. And that's there. Now, one thing I'd like to do is kind of split that and split that. So we have equal amount of resources being split there. And then we are going to do refinery here. At least for right now. We're just going to do the one. And then splitter there. Do that to there, that to this to there, and then I don't know if I have if there's enough length here. Nope, it'll work. Okay. Let's see. I need 3 more. And I don't think I have enough. I mean, no. Let's go ahead and actually make, you know, put that up there so that we can use them properly. Are we good? Okay. Looks like we are pretty much good to go, so. You know, for right now, we'll just have this, you know, this particular miner just constructing the, you know, just going into, making the iron rods for the remainder of the, you know, of our assemblers over here. So to make the modular frames. So now, we're gonna need to kind of reposition everything here a bit. So let's see. Ah, come on. What the heck? It was fine the other time. What the? Okay, there we go. Weird. And then I'm just emptying the storage container because I wanna, if I'm producing two sets up here, I'm gonna want to eventually put them into, um, I'm gonna put them into a larger storage container than what I have, and might as well just feed these into the space elevator. You know, will these, could I use these for, something else a little bit later? Probably, but for the time being, we'll just, um, you know, we'll build up, no, we'll build them back up again. I just want to clear out the old, build up something a little bit better. All right, now, organization, industrial storage. Now, okay, then I want to do a merger. And we'll do another line there. Okay, and then we'll do a splitter there, which will then do a line up there. Okay. So now we are better, at least one would hope. But clearly I'm not producing as much. As you can see, I've kind of slowed down again. So the question is, where is the slowdown? Okay, it looks like we're getting the, 15 rods, or the 12 rods that we need, per minute there. So that's good. So we're at 100% there, which is good. But obviously, that's not overall good for our versatile frameworks here. And once again, yeah, it's our steel beams here that looks like it's the our major choke point right at the moment. So now, granted, our steel beams are being diverted, into storage. So half of the steel beams that I'm making right at this moment in time are going into storage for now, especially seeing that I've been, I need a way to collect, collect resources anyway. So, but, um, but until that's full, obviously the frameworks are going to be slowed down a bit. By how much? I don't really know, but okay, that's going at 100%, which is good. That's going at 100%, which is good. Went a little too far there. Ew. Didn't really want. I like the look of the large frame sticking out like that, or the large foundation kind of sticking out like that. So okay, so let's check our overall production here. 100%, 100%, 100%, and clearly 100%. We're kind of overdoing it on this one. Let's see. 100% there, good. 100% there. But I mean, we're kind of overclocking it anyway, or overdoing that one anyway, so 100% there, good. 100% there, which is good. 100% there, which is good. And 100% there. And 100% there. Awesome. Okay, so it looks like the bottom area is going fine. Let's check our top part of our factory and see if we're doing well on that front. So smelter 100%, so we're good there. Constructor 100%, good. And 100% there, so that's good. We're 100% there, good. 100% there, which is good. And 100% there, which is good. Okay, so we're doing well. We did a good job in terms of like divvying up all the necessary resources and like to get it going. Now, obviously, the steel beams are still problematic. We need to kind of get that ironed out. But right now, we did a good job in at least getting. Well, we couldn't get everything done with one miner right at this moment in time. Now, what I could consider doing maybe is maybe what I can do is like I can try overclocking it, and the because what I could do is I could I just need 30 more. So if I overclock it a bit, then I could just basically have but if I pull this one out like that, it's gonna kind of disrupt the overall balance between what I have with the 4. I would have to kind of rethink how to handle the what I can do in order to get all of them kind of all of it kind of divided up evenly between them all. And I don't think I can do that. So, okay, well, it's been the 4 hours on this one. So we'll go ahead and stop the video here. Not quite sure what's going on, but I'm seeing a lot of dropped frames. Not sure what the issue is there, but um, hopefully it's not causing too many problems with the overall stream. But um, uh, hopefully everybody's kind of watching it perfectly fine, and you know everything's kind of running smoothly enough, and we don't have any problems in terms of visual or auditory glitches. So, but at the very least, I'll have this video, up later on my YouTube channel. So, um, so if there is any kind of like visual glitches or anything like that, you can watch it later on my YouTube channel. So, who knows when I'll be able to actually get these videos, directly on my YouTube channel in the respective playlist, but I'll get there eventually. So, don't, you know, I'll get there. um, so, like and subscribe would be fantastic. Would greatly help out. Um, check out the description for links that could, help me out directly. Um, such as my Patreon or, um, you know, direct donations would be such a huge help. Um, you can also check out the other links that are, you know, linked up with, the community that, I've built over on Discord, or you can check out I guess, my links to like Twitter and the like, even though I don't really use them anymore. Um, too much, too much crap over on Twitter, so don't even bother with it. But yeah, that's going to be it for this particular video, part B for this stream. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. And until then, take care, have a good night, stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time. And okay, now we're going to go into part C of this particular stream's um, playthrough. So we just set up, well, we have one miner doing quite a bit to get, you know, our frames working. But as I kind of mentioned before, the amount of steel beams that I'm producing right at this moment in time is not enough to handle the overall, output to kind of handle the 100% necessary to get this, or to get this at 100% for both of them. Now, part of that problem is the fact that I'm putting half the resources into storage, um, because I do need to get, I'm using a lot of this, steel beams to get to build the proper, um, you know, uh, fast speed, conveyor belts out to their proper locations. But obviously, you know, um, still a lot to kind of do on that front. So, um, I can still see that we're still working on the wires, transferring it from that storage location up to this one. Looks like it's almost done, so I'll wait till I see the remainders, leaving, and I'll close that down. Now, seeing that I've taken a lot of time constructing everything out here, I should have enough for our petroleum power there. So, uh, I should anyway. Um, so, um, so what I'm going to do right now is head on over to our, um, our coal construction zone and see how our motors are doing. I should have at least 100 by now. If I don't, then I gotta work on things. So I gotta speed up the process if I haven't gotten 100 yet. You know, like 2 hours ago was at like 25, I think, or was it 4 hours ago? Well, either way, I had like 25 last time I checked. There we go. And now, okay, yeah. Almost got 200, 250, but not enough to get like the next milestone, because clearly I have only 131 now. So, but at least this can give me the petroleum power that I was kind of looking for. So let's head on back to the hub and plug this in. Now I don't necessarily need I don't think I really need the power, um, at least not yet. Um, Plus, I believe, if I remember correctly, that each of the refineries and stuff like that require the motors, which I need if I'm going to be doing anything um, with the milestones.
Milestone reached. It is my honor and privilege to inform you that the fuel-powered generator, as well as the industrial fluid buffer, are now available.
Oh, thank you.
Due to a lack of gold in your sector, Caterium will serve as a suitable replacement to construct the fuel-powered generator.
Okay.
Your research into this element was valuable.
Oh,
In
thank you.
fact, you in particular are my most valuable pioneer.
Oh,
But don't tell
shucks.
the others I said that. It would be bad for morale.
No, understandable. Although, um, where's the other pioneers? Okay. Let's see. I have 8 tickets right at this moment in time. Aha. And there's 18 more. I think one of the things that I wanted to do was try to get the personnel elevator. So we'll just buy that directly.
Due to Pioneer request and several reported issues with staircases, there is now a more efficient solution.
Mm-hmm.
The Fix-It personnel elevator ensures optimal safety by putting a Pioneer in a box controlled by a rudimentary AI, specialized in soothing a straining mind. Exposure to a Fix-It personnel elevator is recommended to be a minimum of 2 minutes per day for optimal gain.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The reason why I wanted to get the elevator was the fact that, I'm building these large multi-layered factories right at this moment in time, and instead of trying to run up the ramps, I'd prefer having some form of elevator to handle it. So now the problem with this though is, um, I don't know uh, if it has like a set height to them. Um, like is these, you know, uh, are these going to be like 4 meters tall and it will only be placed on 4 meters? Because if that's the case, then hmm, might be a little difficult to handle um, certain projects. So we'll have to kind of wait and see on that. Okay. Let's see. Um, okay. So one of the things that we're probably going to need to kind of work on here, which might require me to um, like I have two minor twos um, just kind of sitting around, really not doing much. So what I might need to consider doing is getting them to really work on um, storing away extra resources. Um, because clearly I'm not storing away anything from what I've built over there already. Everything is being used, and if everything was being used properly, everything would be at 100%, running. So, um, but clearly, um, I'm, you know, I don't have any other boxes like, storing screws or anything along those lines. So, um, and while, I have certain parts of everything, being, uh, constructing, uh, other resources like rotors and the like, I should probably consider, having, uh, try to rework, even this area, for example, so that I can, you know, so every single resource is kind of being made and stored away um, for, you know, for potential use later, you know. I also have everything being kind of constructed over here as well, so, you know, and, clearly I haven't, you know, uh, I'm maxed out on everything right at this moment in time, so, you know, um, although, it, hmm, hold on a second. We have reinforced stone plates, we have the modular frames. I know that we're making the encased industrial beams. We're making the strutters. We have plenty of rotors. We're building the motors. Um, we don't have fabric right at this moment in time because, again, I'd prefer to find some other way of making fabric that doesn't cost um, you know, the finite resources that we have there. Um, we're not making the circuit board or AI limiters yet, and probably should do that at some point in time, but we are making the versatile framework, so that's being done. Um, I think I am still constructing the automated wiring, so that shouldn't be that much of a problem either. But I think the only thing um, that I'm not necessarily making right now is the smart plating. I don't think I'm making that anywhere anymore. Let's see. Yeah. And up here is where I'm doing a lot of the, ticket generations. Putting all these resources into the awesome sync here. I'm also having it store um, the wire, the copper plate, and the cable here. So there should still be, it should have plenty of resources there already. So, um, but I think, this might need a revamp as well because, probably not generating, it's, not generating enough ingots to handle everything that I need to do for this, as well. But here's the thing. Um, I should be, uh, you know, the, do I have a Mark 1 or a Mark 2 here? Yeah, I have a Mark 2, so I mean, this should be generating enough um, for 4 smelters. So all the smelters should be at 100%. But the ingots heading on out clearly are not, you know, getting the 100% on that either. So, what I did earlier to handle the um, making the frameworks, I should probably redo that here as well because clearly uh, like I need, 20 per minute of resources here, and you know, I'm only outputting 30, so I'm putting 30 out to 3. So it's like, yeah, no, that's not ideal. So, um, I would need at least one more smelter to really handle, getting this up to 100%. So, uh, yeah, we're not 100% on these either because it's only, we're outputting the 30, but you know, the wires, in order to keep this at 100%, it's, um, you know, I can only do 2 constructors for the wires, so clearly the 3 constructors there aren't ideal. So, yeah, so I need to kind of rework this area a bit. to kind of make it, you know, super efficient. 100% all the way across the board. So, okay. Okay, now, I mean, it shouldn't take that, I should have everything here to build that. Um, the motors there are going to be problematic. We haven't gotten into computers yet, so can't really do much there. Although, yeah, I'm going to need to, uh, get the industrial manufacturing up and running. Um, oh wow. Crash 3 or 4 parts into another part. Can be automated by feeding components parts in the via variables connected into the import ports. The resulting parts can be automatically extracted by connecting to the output port. And most likely you need a manufacturer for the computer, heavy modular frame, modular engine, and the adaptive controller unit, I would imagine. So, okay. That's not going to be fun. Um, but clearly I need computers for the railway signal, the heavy modular frames for the pipelines, and Mark II 40 by 40 by 40, huh? So slightly larger, not by much though, because the um, original one was 30 by 30 by 30, I think. No, 32 by 32 by 32. So, oh wow, I gained 8 meters per per side. All right, let's get this going at least. We already have the rubber there. Let's go ahead and throw that in there, throw that in there. Let me go and grab some more frames, and then, well, I mean, let me go grab everything here. So first off, on our way to the uh, our coal plant, so that we can get the uh, oh, what the? It didn't give me any indication that I was going in that direction. Oh well. Normally you see those little blue halos. I didn't see that last from that. Whatever. Oh well. Alright. So, yeah. We have 1, 2, and 3. Let me grab one more just for good luck. Here we go. See our beams here, we're only, now, we do have 2 constructors making them. So, I mean, that's something, but, you know, uh, it's being used to, make the, um, the encased industrial beams, and I'm using them to, be stored as well. So clearly, I'm not, um, you know, we basically have two places that are getting the resources as well. So, and I also have them being stored back, back near the base as well. So yeah. Um, Let me grab some more steel pipes. There we go. Okay, that should be good for right now. Let's go to um, our little, I guess, secondary base. Hmm. I'm gonna need to like maybe put up some. Uh, I'm gonna need to kind of like maybe name these areas so um, I can kind of, you know, tell you guys exactly where I'm planning on going, so you guys don't necessarily need to, guess what I'm talking about. So I'm just basically going down here so that I can get those frames. Yes, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There we go. Actually, no. I need... Oh, okay. I have enough for 400. Let's grab 2 more so that we have, um, 100 left over. Okay, and after this, let me check my research and um, see what I can do there. Okay, so and there and there we go.
Milestone reached. The transportation of resources can reach new heights of efficiency. With the Mark IV belts and lifts, the truck, but even more importantly, your effort.
Oh,
Handling a large and complicated vehicle like the truck should come easy to a well-trained pioneer such as you.
oh,
They
thanks.
are an obvious improvement over tractors concerning industrial purposes. Improvements for personal use were not measured.
Oh, okay. Okay, so now obviously I haven't really done much in terms of hard drives. Obviously, I haven't really been finding a lot, but um, let's see. Um, haven't really done anything concerning the oscillator, or the high-speed connector, so can't really do much there. Um, I mean, I could get the alien DNA capsules and handle this, but I mean, I'm not in any desperate need of another hand equipment slot yet. Still haven't found any SAM, but then again, I haven't really been looking for it too much. Um, but you know, I need to find one somewhere. Um, now, yeah, this is requiring the AI limiters, which I'm gonna need to somehow connect the wires that I'm making currently with some copper somewhere. So I'm gonna need to try to find a copper node relatively nearby so that I can start making these AI limiters. So just so I can get, the smart splitter, for example. Um, okay. And then we have the power switch, um, which, I mean, I don't really think I'm ever going to really use, but, you know, I can probably just access it anyway. Um, haven't done anything with the high-speed connector yet, so, but in order to do that, I need uh, wire and rubber, or plastic. Okay. Well, let's go take care of that right now. I mean, um, we have our wire, fairly close by, so, okay. Now, again, this is another one where it's like, um, uh, I think I'm splitting the wire that I'm making over there with, into two separate storage containers, so. But that's, again, fine. I'm not really using the wire that much, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Oh, missed. Okay, now here we go, and research.
Research completed. High-speed connector recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Priority power switches can be ranked by priority. When power production is too low, switches will start turning off automatically until power stabilizes. Starting with priority group 8. Interesting. Okay. And we still need to find the rifle, or, get the rifle ammo there. Aha. Once again, another resource that just, you know, we can only do a crafting bench on right at this moment in time. Eh, not ideal, but not much I can really do about that. So that's going to require quite a bit to work on there. Now, what's this? Geothermal generator. Harnesses geothermal energy to generate power. Must be built on a geyser. Oh, okay. Power production fluctuates. Okay. So it could be as low as 200, could be as high as 400 if you get a pure geyser. Gotcha. Okay. But scalable resource geyser, so that's going to be interesting. We're still not building the Noblest. I still haven't gotten that up and running. Last I knew, we still haven't even been making the black powder, so That's a bit problematic. Um, we're not. I'm not making any polymer resin right at this point, so this is a bit of a problem on doing that. Um, but everything else is pretty much done on this one. Still need to find one of the purple power slice. Haven't found one of those yet. Um, my quartz should be like maxed out, so um, producing rebar shouldn't be that big of a problem. So trying to make the 150 there should be fine. Although, oh, I can use the constructor to make them. Interesting. I might want to consider doing that. Um, Now, this might be quite nice, but at the same time um, could be quite um, scary as well. You know, Explorer, fast and nimble. 12 inventory slots and a built-in crafting bench is nice. Um, might be helpful in trying to find, in using it and trying to find, like, say, the SAM. Um, but yeah. But at the same time, with the fact that the um, terrain is so chaotic in this area, I'm almost kind of afraid of using it. Okay, yeah, we definitely need to do a lot of work in terms of getting um, uh, sulfur done here. Um, oh, this is another one that I'm definitely going to need to try to find or try to get. Oh, I should be able to do it. I just need to, craft this. I should have all the resources. I mean, I definitely have more than enough in terms of the reinforced iron plate. I should have like multiple block, storage facilities for the cable. And I believe I've just been letting the quartz just build up over time. Oh, no, yeah, it should be. Um, my storage facility should be done with the quartz there. So yeah, let's get this. Let's get that now. So first off, I need to get a lot of resources for this. So let's see. Um, well, okay. I need 100, so I need to basically make it 50 per, and or need to make it 50 times. So 50 times 36. What is that? 1,800? Yeah. Whew. Okay. Um, I don't think I have any, um, I don't think I have any, hypertube going out there, or at least I don't think I do. No, I don't. So, that's probably something that I should probably consider doing is, getting a, hypertube out here to the sulfur and the um, my quartz factories that are out here. And I gotta be careful because, you know, there is um, that one creature that likes to hang out in this particular area. It doesn't look like he spawned in, so that's good. Okay, we seem to be doing pretty well in terms of um, okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That should give me enough to make all of them. Oof. So. Oh, damn it. These guys spawned in. Kind of weird that, you know, every single time I come back, you know, over here, those guys like, um, those guys come on back, or you know, they reappear after a while. Weird timing. Oh well. At least that one little spider guy wasn't there anymore, or wasn't there right at the moment. So. Come on, slide on the ground already. Thank you. Alright, now, let's see. I need... Let's see. I need to make 100 of them, so... I'm almost having inclined on just saving that for, you know, being offline, but I want that scannable hard drive. So, or, you know, being able to kind of scan for the hard drive. I do not want to wait for it anymore. Yeah, let's just grab about 5 stacks of those. And then we'll go and grab some more reinforced iron plates. There we go. Okay. We'll just... There we go. Now you might say, but Jim, you don't have any room. Well, you know, I still have, you know, some remaining uh, animal parts that I can drop off. So and that'll free up some room for, for those, for that oscillator. So there you go. All right. Apparently we can only make about 70 of them. Okay, good. I was a little afraid that, the uh, the amount that I had right at the moment wouldn't be enough to handle, like it would only do like about 10 of the crystal oscillators, and you know I'd basically run out of space. So, but thankfully that's not the case in this matter. I want that scannable hard drive. Now the question is that does it, for the scannable hard drive, is it going to be like, oh, the V, you know, where I can, I just ping it and it shows up on the map, or is it going to be like that object finder, which is really annoying, and I would prefer not to use that, but we'll find out soon enough. Looks like I did not give myself enough cable. That's probably why it's limited to 70. And this one will be the last one. Yep. Okay. Whee! Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4 should definitely do it. Okay. Yep. I think I got enough quartz to handle everything perfectly, so once it hits the 100 total, then we shouldn't be seeing any more quartz left. So now I'd imagine that one manufacturing, um, you know, will probably, give me the option to make like the crystal oscillator and stuff like that through it, but we'll find out soon enough. you know, the the industrial manufacturing, the manufacturer here, you know. So, okay. If it wasn't for the fact that these two here required the industrial manufacturing to really work, or actually these, all three of these here kind of need the industrial manufacturing. It's like, okay, well, um, we can at least start with, trying to get the monorail set up. So, um, all right. Uh, I definitely know that we do not have enough motors yet to handle all that. So, but let's see. Right. I don't even know if I have a spare um, object scanner right at this moment in time. Um, I think I might have used mine to, um, for other, um, for other crafting and stuff like that. So, um, okay, clearly it's in the other equipment workshop here. So, just need to make one. There we go. And then I need how much again for this? 100 motors. Okay. Let's go grab those motors. Oh, wait. Yep. Oh, okay. Not quite sure how I was able to, you know, pop into the top of the hypertube there, but whatever. It gets the job done, I guess. And I need to make sure that it goes towards the coal. So, yep, looks good. Okay. Okay. There we are. Let's see. Yeah, we didn't have enough for the 250 anyway. So, but now we have enough for the hard drive, so that's good. Let's grab 400 of the encased. 1, 2, 3, 4. Throw the 70 back in there and grab 100 more. There we go. Just to have 100 extra on hand. And we'll grab 1,000 of the beams. 3, 4, 5. And keep the rest. And, I'm constantly using them anyway, so. And then we need 600 of the steel pipes. And I might need to take another stack as well. So 1, 2, 3, and one more stack just to have on hand. So, okay. Now we can complete the majority of the monorail train technology. But, obviously I'm in need of those motors, so that's going to take a while. but we can at least get the scannable hard drive, and maybe we can, we'll, maybe we'll go on an adventure or something like that. Although, um, I need to kind of be careful with said adventure because, I mean, it might take me to very dangerous locations. So, okay. Let's go ahead and throw those in. Nope. There's that. And there's that. There we go. And now, quartz and star research. Woohoo.
Object scanner magnetic sensitivity increased. It can now detect the signal of any hard drives at crash sites in your region.
Oh no. Ah, yeah, I was afraid of that. You know, I really appreciate this here because, when you scan, not only does it, pop up everything, that you can visually see, up there on your compass, but you can just go here and see it on your map. So that is fantastic. Love that. But when you do the object scanner, uh, let's see. So far, I haven't really been using the zip line at all, so I'll just, pop that in. Um, you know, the fact that, you have to kind of move it around just to see if it, if you can, if it finds what you're kind of looking for in this particular case. But so the nearest power slug is over in that general direction. Nothing nearby apparently for the Mercer sphere. Same for mushroom. Same for summer sloop. Nothing nearby for hard drive. So I'm gonna have to basically keep this active, on my person like all the time in order to be able to find said hard drive. Now, I'm assuming if I go into the um, in my hypertubes, you know, I'm gonna put away the object scanner, and therefore, you know, yeah, it's not gonna give me any kind of, um, I'm not gonna be able to kind of get any kind of reading that way. So yeah. Um, so that's a bit of a problem. Um, Now, I would like to try to find a lot of hard drives, um, but I'm a little afraid of what I might kind of find out there. Um, I might need to give myself some uh, medicine here just to kind of keep myself safe. Because so far I've yet to find any any means to um, uh, protect myself or, take additional damage. So, okay. Let's see. Let's get this extra hand equipment slot so I can put this zip line back in. So let us go and grab some more of the steel beams and create ourselves the alien DNA. So first off, oh wait, grab all that. Actually, hold on, let me grab, well, pretty much all this. Ah, we have it. We're at max stack for the spitter. Okay. So um, let me use them then. Let's see. Okay, so actually, hold on. Before I process everything, let me at least put like one resource back uh, just so I have, just so I don't necessarily, um, so I can kind of keep the spot like filled up kind of thing. So, um, there we go. So now we're gonna make all the proteins. The reason why I want to kind of do this is I want to get, more of the medicine so, you know, I have it on hand. So if I do get attacked by anything, I'll see about trying to get out of the, area, hopefully fast enough and heal myself before, before dying. So at least that's the idea. That's the plan. We'll see if that actually works out. So, all right. So now I need 5 alien. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. All right, and I still need a whole lot of steel beams. So let me go grab some. kind of liking the parachute. Although I'm sure that a lot of people are probably going, "Where's your jetpack?" I haven't built it yet. All right. What was it? It was like 500 or something like that. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be plenty. Okay, let's see. It was this one. There we go.
Tool belt expanded. No alien organisms were harmed during the creation of this tool belt.
And we can't really do anything too much with these. So, until I can get that, until I can find the SAM. So, um, and, I'm gonna need to get that, the AI limiter working at some point in time to try to research all that. So, um, yeah, I think that's about as much as I can do right at this moment in time. I'll worry about the Explorer later. Um, okay, let's see. Okay. Um, it looks as though I, well, it'd be kind of nice if I could just get, well, clearly I need to get myself some additional resources here. The change to alien protein, obviously will be good for the alien DNA, but, if I want some more medicine, well, looks like I'm just going to do this one. There we go. Wait, they didn't stack? Oh, good. I was about to say, I'm like, I was a little worried that, because they, technically have like different names to them that they'd be like, oh, but, you know, this is slightly different, so you can't stack these. It's like, oh yeah. So looks like we are pretty much good to go. Um, let's see. Um, you know what? I'm just gonna drop off my stuff, pull out the object scanner, and I'm just gonna go. Um, oh, well, apparently I can't throw anything in there. Not enough room. Um, see. Okay. So we're gonna store everything here. Um, Sort it so that we can make sure that we're all good on that front. Now, what I want to do is, let's see, I'm missing concrete and steel plates. Okay. So I'm going to take all the steel plates and concrete I can. Let's go ahead and bring along the solid biofuel um, for the chainsaw, just in case. Not that I really need it per se, but you never know. Um, let's see. Um, I just want enough to handle foundations to kind of get, into unknown areas or cross gaps or anything along those lines, basically. So, um, I'm not planning on doing any kind of you know, like major building or anything along those lines. Um, so yeah. Oh, it requires 20 megawatts in order to power the elevator. Gotcha. Okay. Hmm. Additional floor stop and power connection. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily require additional power, just it allows for you to attach the power to it so that, you can either maybe you can use it as a source of getting power from it, or maybe, it's just a way to kind of connect it to other or to your power grid just to power up the personal elevator. Who knows? Um, okay, so everything looks to be relatively in good order. So, um, now here's a question. Obviously, rotating the um, my little mouse wheel, you know, switches between, what I have, but personally, I would really love to be able to, use my, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buttons basically to switch between um, my personal equipment wheel, just so I can, quickly like, hey, I want to switch between um, you know, the uh, object finder here or the object scanner to my, weapon by just pushing one, for example. But yeah, it doesn't do that. So let me see if there's like some way that I can, like maybe there's, let's see, key bindings. Um, okay, scroll up and scroll down could be something that I could try to do. Again, it's not as smooth as, switching over to the um, using one or two or anything along those lines, but hmm, yeah, okay. So what I can do in this particular case is we'll swap the object scanner with the chainsaw there. We'll put the inhaler there. So let's see. If I do, oh wait, it's not letting me. Hmm. Key bindings aren't really working per se on this. Hold on. Right. Oh no, this is just scroll wheel up, scroll down. God damn it. Damn it. Uh, kind of wish that there was a little bit something else in terms of the um. Well, maybe I can like use another hotbar. Hold on. Let me check that real quick. So right alt and swap there. Okay. Um so if I do this, maybe um oh no. Okay. It doesn't look like it's gonna give me the option to, you know, put these in their numeric. Yeah, no. Damn. Because the scroll wheel is slow. I don't like using the scroll wheel because, um, you know, um, like if I'm like suddenly trying to attack and I want to try to switch on over to medical while I'm trying to like, avoid things, for example, I have to, switch on over to the, um, switch on over there, which that's not what I wanted. Um, it's very sensitive. It's very touchy. I don't. I really wish that there was some other means of allowing me to kind of change my weapons in some fashion. More than the mouse wheel. Maybe I can. I do have some extra mouse buttons. Let me. There. Let's try that. There we go. That might be a little bit easier. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's uh let's go and see if we can find some hard drives out there. So first thing that I want to try to do, um, I want to go out in this general direction to see about the copper node. Um, so, matter of fact, okay, random rock. That's the only spot for copper, huh? Is over there. Oh, frack. It's not exactly ideal, but I mean, if I'm gonna be making the AI, then this might be, the way to go about doing it. Now, um, the search for hard drives this way is gonna be really problematic. Like, I don't kind of wish it was more this than what I'm holding on to right now. Because the problem that I have with, the this here is the fact that, um, it doesn't necessarily tell you exactly where one is, you know, um, and um, the fact that one hasn't even come in range yet is a little weird. But maybe I've found a lot of them in this area. Oh, okay. Oh, up there, huh? Okay. Hmm. Quartz, don't really need it. Quartz. Quartz, don't need it. Hmm. Not exactly, See, this is one of the irritations that I kind of have with this whole process is the fact that I'm needing to kind of run away from enemies in order to um, you know, in order to find everything here. Okay, so this is good. Oh, oh, we got a big one. Come on. They're too far away for me to really hit them, obviously. So, but I mean, being up here allows for me to. If I had like the gun or the rifle, then tackling these guys would be a little bit easier, obviously. Um, because I could just shoot at them. All right, you guys. Hmm. Okay, where's the big guy? Where did you go, you son of a bitch? Hmm. Let's grab some of these resources here. Where did he go? He didn't fall down, did he? Where is he? God damn it. The brush is kind of freaking me out a little bit. There he is. Come here, you. Where are you? Let me heal up a little bit. Did you somehow get trapped in the drop pod or something like that? Where are you?
Freighter records indicate this comes from the past, which is normal.
Where the heck did you go? Almost sounds like he's disappeared on the ground. Coal, don't really need it. I think it got pushed underground. Or it pushed itself underground, I should say. Alright. I'm still a little hurt, but... Okay. Apparently that hard drive is done. I think I see another one right over here. Oh, right next to one of those damn bug things. Alright, well. There we go. Grab those, grab those, grab those. Okay. Ah, damn it. This is the other problem, is the fact that I need to provide power to some of these. Yeah. And I don't have any wire with me to handle this. Okay. But let's see. We can at least put a marker right there so that, you know, we can come back to it. So Okay. Let me go back and grab some wire just so I can get just so I can build the necessary power line out to, where I need to kind of go. Oh boy. That's not ideal. Okay. I seem to be nearby a power drive somehow. Aha. Oop. Hi there. No, you bastard. Came out of nowhere. Didn't really give me any kind of... Give me any kind of notification that you were nearby. Okay. Any others? Okay. We can grab this hard drive. There we go. Stun rebar. Okay, interesting. It would be nice if there was a way that you can kind of scan for debris or something like that, or scan for, you know, artifacts in some way, because, you know, um, because sometimes I wonder if I'm like missing something, or, something's like hidden in the grass or something along those lines. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. Oop. Careful. 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 Break my legs. Oh, nope. Sucked right up into the tube. Okay. Let's see. I need to go if I mean, I guess I can go back to my drop off, or the spot where I dropped off all of my stuff, and I can grab enough resources to handle the construction of wire lines so that I can go back out there and grab the um, uh, that other hard drive that requires power. What I could do is, I believe um, I believe that hard drive is slightly closer to my refinery base, so I could probably just travel out there and see about trying to get, um, see, I mean, you know, I went out pretty far to kind of get out there, so, um, okay, one thing that I'd like to see about, I can. I was wondering, can I make a jetpack? So, and all the resources that I've gathered allows me to do so. So let me go ahead and build a jetpack. So now let's see. Let's go ahead and you know scan at least one of the hard drives. So let's see. Resources. We'll throw those in there. I'll put the circuit boards with that. Um, hmm. Okay, let's go ahead and put the stun rebar in here as well. Don't really need it on me, so. Okay. Now, this is a body? No, it's a back. Ah, okay, so I'm basically swapping out the parachute with the jetpack. Hmm. Uh, Oh, that's kind of unfortunate because in some ways I kind of appreciate the parachute because at the very least it will always be there to slow my fall. Whereas the jetpack, while could be very helpful in getting up and down, won't necessarily always, you know, make my, you know, allow for me to, you know, descend my fall. Okay. So I don't have any fuel on me right at this moment in time, so I'm gonna need to kind of go over towards, where the fuel is anyway. But um, but I can at least try to get um, a little bit more in terms of um, a means to uh, you know, uh, build, the power around. So don't really need those on me. Don't really need this on me or these, or at least I don't think I do. I'm gonna go ahead and throw those in here. Let's see, don't really need these on me. as well as those. Okay, hold on. We'll throw that in there as well. Don't really need that on me. Don't really want to accidentally lose it. Let's see. Okay, so I do need iron rods in order to make the power poles. That's fine. Let me grab a couple stacks. And obviously the power lines, I just need the cable, which I don't really need a lot of. So that's not that big of a deal. And of course, you know, the foundations are fine. So I think we are good to go. Hi there. So let us head off to our let's head off towards our fuel area so that we can get some fuel for the jetpack. And we'll continue with our search for hard drives. I'm hoping like maybe sometime in the future I can, you know, there's like a better way of searching for hard drives because the object scanner is just not great. I don't enjoy using it, so I prefer not to because it's not exactly precise. The yellow power slugs from time to time were kind of tempting to go and collect, but for right now, my main focus right now is just, you know, allowing for motors to build up and for um, you know, I just want to make sure that I get um, um, you know, possibility of, you know, making a lot of or you know, building up the motors, you know, allowing for, you know, the frameworks to go in and, um, you know, and then yeah, I make a lot of, uh, okay. I'm just gonna grab a lot of it because I don't know how much the jetpack burns through this. So I get basically grabbed about 1600 out of it all. Okay, so how do I go about using said jetpack? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay, so jetpack is not a infinite, like you put, put the fuel in and everything goes perfectly okay. Like I can't necessarily, jetpack up to the top of that mountain, for example, with the jetpack, you know, at least not in its current state, which is kind of unfortunate because, I was kind of thinking that the jetpack was gonna kind of allow for me to do that, but I guess not. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to find another way to kind of get over here, and I don't think there's really any way for me to do that in this, you know, because looks like I have a lot of, um, rocky barriers that I don't know if my jetpack can kind of take me on right at this moment. Although I do see potential pathway over there, so I guess we'll just try to take that one. Oh wait, okay, hold on. There we go. I don't like the fact that, I was having to use the old, method of, you know, using and getting a power line. I see those guys. The one of the, you know, one of the reasons why I would love to, um, be able to get, the instead of the object center, um, being the main means of finding the hard drives is the fact that I would love to just be able to, scan for it, and it having to show up on the compass. You know, that's just, ow. Okay. Unlock B374 helmet. Okay. You know, zapper. Some more motors. That's handy. Crash debris, but hard drive isn't nearby. Hmm. Okay. No, no, no. Damn it. So helmet for customization, but obviously, you know, that's not going to be, you know, very helpful for, wait, I'm facing away from the hard drive? So the hard drive's that way? It is. Okay, well, does not look like any good way of getting out of here. Oh, 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 easy, 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 easy. Hmm, hmm. Okay. Trying to find, you know, clearly I'm kind of like more inside of a cave than anything else. And I want to try to find a way, you know, closer to the surface, so. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Didn't even see those guys. Tiny little bastards. Yeah, 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 I see you. Ah, damn it. 6 hours. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go, I think I've played this long enough. I'm going to try to get this last, um, you know, hard drive that's over in this general direction. Yeah, right on the other side of that damn pillar right there. Um, oh, damn it. I lost my... Where is it? Oh, damn it. There it is. Come on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of give, uh, get this last hard drive and then head back to base. And we'll end it there, or at least that's the plan. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, what the? Hey now. Stop that. There we go. Ow, damn it. Yeah, come on here, you little bastards. Alright, there we go.
Surface genetic sampling indicates this freighter may have come from a planet run by apes.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I saw some debris down on the ground next to that one alien dog there. There might be some more stuff around it, though. That's the problem. Ow, god damn it. That guy's hurting a lot. The other problem is the fact that I still have that one pod that's around here that, releases those damn bees as well. I need to get, I don't know. Um, oh, shit. Ah, fuck. Ah, damn it. Ah, damn it. Come here, you. Ow. Fuck. Ow. Damn it. That hurt a lot. Come here, you. Ah, missed. Ah, got him. Finally. Okay. Copper ore. No. Anything else around here? Sulfur. No. I don't see anything else around here. So. Oh, that hurt, but, you know, until I can get the rifle, trying to deal with those guys are, you know, I can only use the blade. So, okay, well, that one's done. So we can remove that. Clearly, there's um, more hard drives out there somewhere. Obviously I haven't gotten them all. Um, right. Hmm. Somehow there's one this way. Oh, is it up there? Well, that's gonna be a problem. Let me put a marker there just in case. Okay. Alright, well, looks like I'm closer to home than what I was thinking. Now, I would hope that, um, I could, uh, get to a spot where, well, okay. Clearly, I haven't explored all that much in this area, and, obviously there's areas that, I'm not going to be able to get to, or, you know, I don't have any, flight of transportation. Oh, thank you, Katie. Um, but yeah, but let's see. How are we doing in terms of motors? Not great. Okay, well, um, something that we'll have to kind of deal with next time. So we'll head back to the hub. We'll drop off a lot of the resources that we picked up. Um, the jetpack wasn't really using that much fuel, so that's good. I'm kind of happy about that. Um, the problem that I have with it is the fact that its duration isn't that long. So so trying to use it to get up mountains is gonna be somewhat problematic in my opinion, or at least for now. We'll see if there's like maybe some upgrades or something like that. Like maybe there's a jetpack 2 or something like that. We'll see. Um, but yeah, for right now, I think this is where we're gonna go ahead and end it. So, um, so yeah, we'll go ahead and end the recording here and end the stream here as well. I want to thank everybody for stopping on by and chatting with me. Appreciate it. Um, you know, um, Bob Mealy, for example, he stopped on by and chatted. So, or for anybody that was just kind of lurking around, thank you for being here. If you're watching this video later on YouTube, a like and subscribe would be fantastic. Um, check out the description for links to my, um, links to things that will help me out directly, like, Patreon and donation. Um, you can join the community if you so desire, down on Discord, um, or Discord link down below. Um, You're welcome to follow me on like Twitter or Blue Sky, if I even have the Blue Sky link in the description. I can't remember. Um, but I don't really use those that much anymore. Um, so yeah. But that's gonna be it for tonight. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. But until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. I'll catch you strangers next time.